Okay. So figuring out these shadows is going to be interesting. Let's see here. Because we want the light source way over here, but we don't want to just have him all in black. Just like that. Just come down here. And we're also going to need a shadow coming from his neck here. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Okay, how are we doing that hit? this might take me like weeks because I'm trying to figure out each shadow individually. Which is not really in keeping with the theme of making fun of early image books. Hey, Josh, how you doing, buddy? Yeah, me too. It's going to take me a little while, I think. I appreciate that, though. I think that looks okay. Oh, I'm losing track of what's going where because all the pencil everywhere. Okay, we want some penumbras going on. Etc. How you doing, buddy? So how am I doing this? Yeah, man, for sure. Got to give it a shot, right? Let's see. Oh, I don't think I want light coming up from under him here. Could be wrong though. Yeah. Like along the side here makes sense to me. Under him here, maybe not so much. Well, let's see what this looks like, I guess. I'm going to commit to it. I don't want it to be like just boring little hatching is all. Oh, man. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll eat up a lot of your free time. Sorry to hear that, man. The stuff I saw on the Discord looked good. Love how puffy you get your fingers. It's awesome. Yeah, I did see that. Okay. Is it still like Disney or MCU? Because that's weird. How's that looking? Yeah, like okay. Makes me wonder if they're going like they're still sticking with the multiverse thing. And there's gonna be a reveal where Doctor Doom is actually alternate reality Tony Stark or something. Let's see. Maybe a little better. Well, they're certainly hatching on that, so you can't say it's not a fully shaded figure. I'm gonna go through some O2s today. Personally, with microns, I usually use O3s and O2s. I use 08 for panel borders, or if I'm just like scribbling. I do have O1s and 003s, which I can usually get like a little bit out of, and then they just kind of fold underneath my hand here. But I keep it pretty basic. Hey, John, how you doing, buddy? Yeah, no, I mean, I know that Platt used a lot of O1s, like Stephen Platt. So I mean, it's like, yeah, no, I gotta try and do that. And then I try a few, and it's like, wow, these last for like half an hour at best. At least the way I draw. Maybe I don't have like a light enough touch or something. But I find like the stuff I get with thin lines that works is with the O2s. The Russo brothers. All right. Oh, but the thing is, if you give $300 million to a nobody who's done nothing but documentaries, then you can tell him what to do without having to hear back. Your movie sucks, but at that point, you've built a brand where it doesn't matter because people will come in and pay anyway. He probably would. He'd probably completely crosshatch them, you know, and then just, you know, not be happy enough with, you know, quite the density. Or maybe they are completely crosshatched and we just don't know because it all closes up when it shrinks down. That's probably the case, thinking about it. Okay, I'm not too familiar with the prisms. I don't remember why my buddies and me, when we started making comics, we just kind of decided on microns when we first started, and it's been microns ever since, you know? Okay, let's see how we're going to do this. To try and come up with like layers of shadows, I think, if I want the kind of effect I want on this. If I want the effect I want on this. I talk for like a hobby. I never really tried anything other than the Pigmas when it comes to that stuff. Like a little bit here and there, but it's like, this is just kind of the same things. And I know the stuff that I know the thing that I like, so I might as well just kind of stick with it, you know. Okay. So what exactly are we doing with the shoulder here? Let's see. I think this is kind of going like that. And then this is all like underlit essentially. I have no idea what this is going to look like when it's done. I mean, okay. It's just going to look extremely crosshatched, I think. Hey, Raven, how you doing, buddy? Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I guess it's a little early. Hey, Brain. Yeah, yeah. Here too. I know we're not giving Montoya much of a chance to catch up at the end of the stream. Oh, is he still on vacation? I think he is. But yeah, that's interesting. You never really saw any of Rick Leonardi before that video, by the sounds of it. That's just like, wow, really? Because he was never a steady guy. Is the thing. He was always kind of a fill-in guy. I assume he was pretty fast, or maybe the opposite is true. Maybe he wasn't very fast, but you know, you don't keep him on anything steady, then he's always ready for at a moment's notice. You know, could go either way. The stuff looks like he should be fast anyway. But yeah, he's the reason for the crazy fluidity in the design of Spider-Man 2099. Well, you won't be alone. Mine is going to be like, if I actually get anything done on it, it's going to be 12 pages of thumbnails. But at this rate, you know, I still haven't really done anything on it. I've got an idea at least for what I want to do for the first couple of pages. But that's kind of it, really. And I swear, every time I draw boots and I end up drawing every goddamn lace, I'm thinking I'm doing this wrong. There's got to be an easier way to do this. Oh, that's true. Yeah. I'll just pick a random 22 pages, random issue of Blood Force. This is my entry. There you go. The D&W movie? I don't know what that is, but okay. Awesome. Oh, of course. All right. My dumbass. And yeah, let us know how the fountain pens go there, Crucify. I mean, if you want to, like, I don't know if you're in the Discord already, or if you want to hook up in there, you can like show us your results. That'd be awesome. Okay, so, and I inked all those laces just so I can color over most of them. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm not too worried about it myself. I'm pretty sure my son will see it. You can let me know how it is. I don't 100% trust his taste in movies, but he's pretty good. Watch this be the stream he's watching. Oh, wow. It starts. Okay. What is the sense in having a drive-in that starts before dark? I guess it's the summer. It's tough to. Oh yeah, I mean, still, shouldn't you have like a? Nah. See, I was gonna say, shouldn't you have like something blocking like the west? But that kind of defeats the purpose of a drive-in a little bit, I guess. Or is this going to look like anything shrunken down? There's a good chance it just looks like a mess. It's a good thing there's no background on this page. Like, this could take me too goddamn long as it is. Okay, that's a good thing if they got that pre-show going on. And thanks, Brent, for the about the panel. I appreciate that. Ah. No, let's all go to the lobby. Quentin Tarantino would never endorse this drive-in. I get to work on all the muscles, all the shadows on my made-up muscles in the middle here. Oh, you just got the alert. Okay. I put that up right before I came on, so that's not my fault. I'm sure. Maybe it's my fault. I don't know. Maybe I should be doing it like 20 minutes in advance or something. Maybe. Okay. It's, I don't know about the shading. It's not exactly naturalistic, maybe, but and I want to wet a little bit of this here so I can get the rest of Chocolat's hand. Come on. Okay, and now for this leg, which I'm kind of avoiding a little bit. Oops, take it easy. Again, not exactly naturalistic hanging drapery, but that's okay. All right, okay, enjoy. Have a good time. Okay, and let's see here. Sure. I think it's a little bit of a mess, it feels like, but it's an interesting looking mess. I'll dry up here, I think so. Got to draw on this now and actually come up with a bit of an underline. Be careful not to go over the pencil too much because that'll just smudge. Now, speaking of, where's my glove? There we go. Sure. No, I don't disagree. Just, I don't think I was going for a mess there, but it's like, well, you know what? The lines are interesting regardless, so maybe I'll just, I won't worry too much about that. So how am I doing this? It's kind of right. Yeah, not really. Okay, let's do some cross hatching and then see if we need to white out anything after here. Always the best way to go is to draw the thing out first, and then white out all the parts that you fucked up on. Yeah. It's such a mess. It looks like an AI hand. That's good shit, man. Really trucking along on this thing. Okay, I guess I should start on Hogstab, really, because we're gonna have to get this leg in front of everything. Oh God. Okay, here we go. I'm still not sure about these claws. Well, yeah, there aren't too many that did that. Were there? Like Val couldn't manage it most of the time. Okay, let's get this here. We're gonna have to make these lines really thick, I think, since he's right up in the foreground. Yep, and I already got a smudge in there. Yeah, it's like impossible. I mean, if it's your full-time job, that makes it a little easier, but you really do have to just be able to give up on anything, like to in terms of perfectionism, where you're just like, okay, well, I don't have time to make it look good now. I gotta hope the inker can pull it off, and then you get the inks. It's like, well, I kind of helped it. And then eventually you're just gonna have to be like, okay, so every once in a while, I'm just gonna have a bad panel, and it's okay. Maybe you can do that. I don't know if I can. Like, what's a mistake? Like there's probably 300 shading mistakes on this figure alone. Is that 1,500 push-ups? Because like if so, that's my new October challenge. Because I'm not getting it done in a few days. Oh, and I need some veins on hard here. There's like one or two here, but it's like we need way more, particularly with all the hatching and black going on to really show it off. Let those dry a little bit, and then we'll go back in and fix them up. That didn't look right. Shoot. Okay, that fix's gonna need to get fixed. Thought I had it too. Yeah, I might as well get rid of that ink. Shit. This needs to be higher up. That needs to be higher up. That needs to be lower. Around there. Yep. That seems to be the way. This is a pretty silly face that Hawkstep's making here, but that's okay. Silly faces have kind of been the norm. Plus, we're going to have all sorts of dramatic lighting, so it'll be a dramatically lit silly face, which is... I don't know what that's going to look like. For sure. Ah. Previous to go before the SHTF. Trying to figure out what that is, knowing that my brain doesn't work as well on a stream, and knowing that I couldn't figure out that VW was Deadpool Wolverine. I think I'm just going to call it a loss. Oh, okay, yes. Thank you. Yeah, I would not have figured that out. Hey, buddy, how you doing? We're going crazy splash today, and probably Wednesday, and probably next Sunday. Well, he probably, he probably did. And it probably still looked like shit at the end of it because he wasn't actually spending the 3 days on the splash. He's spending it watching TV and talking on the phone, and then every once in a while drawing a muscle and exclaiming "rad." Yeah, no, Fury's awesome. I really dig Steve Bissett's look in that. And hey, Sterling. Uh-oh. Smudgy? Yeah, a little bit. Probably not a good thing when you got to white out your own pencils because you can't fucking go in and erase it because of all the whiteout. Yeah. I don't know about space, but I don't know. It's one of those cases where it's like I don't think it looks how I wanted it to look, but now we're gonna see if we can make the lines at least interesting enough where it's like, okay, well, that's something to look at anyway. That would have been cool for sure. And that does kind of sound like Rob's schedule. Yeah. With the Tom Cruise movie. I assume Merritt's still like sleeping on his couch or something. Yeah, see, okay. It's not exactly how I would have wanted it, but there's enough weird stuff going on. It's like, what is this drawing? What if Rob kept improving? Except, of course, that Rob barely drew that issue, which is what I found out from mostly comments and stuff. It was all laid out by Val, and apparently Scott Williams did a lot of just filling in the blanks, and there was a lot of blanks. Oh yeah, just shaking your head like classic Rob, not doing any work. The fucking Lieutenant Pantene here at the front lines. Oh man. What one? I mean, Rob draws, or he has drawn anyway. I don't think he does anymore, but like I would say, like stuff like Youngblood, the first few issues. Well, I mean, most of the issues Rob drawn that look like Rob, but there's a lot of stuff where he's getting a lot of help. That's funny how little these guys acknowledge that. Both Rob and Jim Lee. Oh yeah, yeah, that's true. You really like that pouch thing, eh? I don't know. I can't look at it as anything other than, you know, oh wait a minute. You know what? If I crack a joke on this, I can make another $75,000 or whatever, you know. Which one? Darker Image, I did do. But that was I think that was a long time ago now. And I did one of the Bloodstrike Brutalists, number 0, but I don't think that's the one that has the pouch. But I do plan on hitting more of the Bloodstrike Brutalists. So I'm sure we'll come across it eventually. Oh yeah, you got a few issues of that, eh? I think I read a little bit of that online because I do it occasionally. And it's very cool looking stuff, but I needed something for reference for the ink challenge back in October. I'm giving myself some excuses here. Yeah, it's a cool book. I would have liked to have gotten that Making Copra thing, but it's priced at like $50, and at a certain point you just gotta be like, I'm sorry, man. Plenty of people will buy that. I can't go showing that out for like a 48-page comic. Yeesh. Like including like shipping and all that. It's probably like $30, and then it would have to be sent out. Yeah. Which guy? Yeah, it is not a good deal for us to ship anything from the States, really, or from anywhere, really. That's when they'll ship anything to us in the first place, which isn't always the case. Yeah, and the sim guide was always cool because it was just, I know, it was like he thought about, oh, hey, I should tell about this month, that kind of thing. Maybe it wasn't as structured, or I don't know, maybe it was. Didn't seem 100% like it, but But it was so many, there's like cool little aspects of self-publishing. Yeah, exactly. Like that would have been, that would have been really cool. But like, there comes a time when it's like, I start looking at stuff to back solely from Canada because that's how you have to do it. All right, let's render every single oblique. Yeah, that's true. And whoever could you be referring to? I wish I could respond to your softball, but it's just so vague. But yeah, I get the feeling guys like Fife and Shioli don't start something like a Kickstarter unless they know they can finish it or they have it finished pretty much. But yeah, if you're not familiar with the Rob Liefeld Brigade Patreon Kickstarter thing, that's what you'd be referring to there, I think. Back when Rob thought he could just kind of half-ass a Kickstarter campaign, and then didn't made the money he had set out to make and nothing more, which I think is the reason it never got finished. And then never followed through on any of it, even though it reached its goal, and never reached out to anybody to get their money back. Never, just kind of alienated. He alienated I think 500 fans because that was how many people bid on it or backed it. I'm pretty sure I've talked about this before. It just strikes me as hilarious. So, all right. Yeah, that'll do it. You can pretty much count on that. I still think the deal was that he saw Kickstarter and saw people getting like 50,000 people back in their shit. And he's like, well, shit, most of my stuff sells at least 40, 50,000 when I put it out. If I do a Kickstarter, we'll probably get at least that. And like, most likely we'll get way more. So I'll put like a super low goal in there so that I can say, so that when we get 50,000 backers and I make $6 million or whatever, I can say we were a huge success. And then he made his goal, which was like, I don't know, $25,000, $35,000. And he had like 500 people backing him. And nobody was particularly excited about a new brigade, because why would you be? And I think he just kind of, it's like, well, that's not worth my time, really. Like what? Because it doesn't make any sense for him to put up the goal of 35,000. It feels like, if he doesn't feel like that's his rate, which I'm sure he doesn't. I mean, he's done it before, right? It's not like cranking out easy crap isn't Liefeld's MO. No. I'm pretty sure he owns Troll. There's a couple he doesn't own. He doesn't own Youngblood. And there was some other one he doesn't. I think it was Supreme. So he can't do, like, it's way too much of a legal battle for him to do anything with those particular products, like the names, which of course are like, two of the more recognizable Liefeld names. Yes. Nobody wanted Brigade. And why he'll go on about, I created Deadpool, I created, Cable. He goes on and on about Blood Wolf sometimes because he thinks he's going to get something out of that now. Because he can't claim I created Eisner Award-winning Supreme or, record-breaking Youngblood. I mean, he can claim it, but it's not anything he can really profit off of anymore, so he won't do that. I mean, I'm one day, right? One day. Except that what I think makes Brigade good is what makes it not sell. So, like, I would just do more of that. Try to come up with a merit pastiche. That's kind of fucking nuts. More smudging. The smudging never stops. Oh, let's do a little bit here. How's it only been an hour and a half? Oh shit, that should be the motto. Can't stop, won't stop. Ah, should have stopped. Oh shit. Could even be done. Which Brigade? I mean, technically, Liefeld still owns the rights. Would anybody pay money for it now? I don't fucking think so. Not after he fucked everybody over. I don't think he even wants to reference it too much now. Because that would lead people to figure out, because not a lot of people know about that he fucked a lot of people over on his Kickstarter. Well, not a lot, I guess, but they were his fans. They were like, and you gotta figure they were his most loyal fans too. If they're fucking shelling out for Brigade. It's funny how he thinks of his fans as just like a limitless resource. And the only shame is that he seems to be right because they keep coming back, or enough of them do to keep funding his shit. Like not Kickstarter funding. I mean, like just buying his Daredevil stuff, Deadpool, or whatever. All right. I mean, doesn't make a ton of sense in terms of light source, but that's sometimes the best lighting. I'm not sure what that is, but now I got to check that out, I guess. Okay, now, yeah, I definitely have to check this out, I think. Okay. That sounds, promising enough to start. Not everything I listen to is metal, just most of the stuff I listen to when I'm drawing, if I can help it. I wonder how readable that'll be. We'll see. I'm gonna have to figure out these blades now before I do much of anything else, I think. And okay. Yeah, we don't want those any further because we don't want them obscuring anything. So this should be correct where they're in the front. I like that ending there. Okay, so let's say that's the first blade, roughly. I'm getting all this confusing shit around it. Okie dokie. That's a pretty good one. Okay. No, I think I need this actually coming out a bit more. So that can leave that with a bit more. That doesn't work as well. This angle is ridiculous for drawing arm blades. Like, why don't people warn me about these things? All right. I think I can get this. This third one is going to be a bitch of the bunch. Maybe let that dry for a minute. Hey, Rob, how's it going, buddy? Thanks, man. Appreciate it. We're doing a double page, well, most of a double page splash. It's like partial. Here, match it up around there. So just, yeah, trying some crazy shit. And it's mostly working, I think. Thanks, man. And then ish, sure. You're at the line before you just follow a blind one. That's fine. It's okay if it's a little wobbly, I think. So I think that like this should go out here now. And then just up here, maybe? Yeah, I'm gonna just white out over the legs there that got covered. I think it's about right. Hey, Mark, how you doing, buddy? Oh, because of the good stuff. I'm not sure if you're aware why, because they announced the casting of Doctor Doom today. I would think. It doesn't make a lot of sense if it's MCU, but if it's still a Sony property, then it makes some sense, I suppose. They want to get RDJ back in the fold as quick as possible. I don't think I've seen that, any of the footage stuff. Not that that should shock anybody, really, but. That was the theory I put forth, that they're still going multiverse. So yeah, Doom is alternate version, alternate reality, Tony Stark. I don't know if that's how it is, but like, you know, that was the same theory I came up with. I mean, I don't think it'll be much worse than the last Fantastic Four movie that came out with, which had some interesting stuff, to be fair, but was a terrible movie. I'm a little curious to see what it looks like, but it's not, and I can't imagine it'll be particularly interesting. FF is tough as a movie because like you got to come up with one big deal, which is not really how the FF works. It's more ongoing stuff and like, or I don't know how I think how you would get them to work in a cinematic setting. I think a TV show might work better. And just like, but like have crazy shit happen, but have it happen every episode. So it's just kind of how their lives go. Oh, did they not have any pants? I guess, you know, I mean, I can see that from a guy who's trying to go like realistic kind of standpoint. It's like, why would he have pants? He doesn't have a dick. But like, you know, so nobody wants to see that. Sure. Yeah, Reed has to be a genius. Because everyone wants to focus on, I don't know, fucking Johnny being hot-headed and Sue being hot. It's just not the point of Sue. Oh God. I don't think anybody ever needs to see the boob window again. Wasn't the whole deal with that she was like mind controlled? And it's like, okay, fine, but like she was mind controlled to be sluttier? Like Sue? You know, there's no way you can make that work at all. Okay. Yeah, exactly. I gotta wonder whose idea that even was. Like, how do you pitch that? And what's the reaction of the room? Just like, is it just like lips curling? Like, it's like, guys, we need something. It's like, oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, but you don't do that with fucking, you know, the MCU's mom. The MCU, no, the Marvel Universe's mom. There you go. In a particular mode. That's a little different. I mean, if she's designed with the boob window, then she's an exhibitionist from the get-go, right? It's been brought up once or twice. We're having a discussion about the Fantastic Four movie, which morphed into a discussion about the Fantastic Four boob window. The worst of the boob windows. Power Girl's costume, you can't redesign it and you can't ever reference it or explain it. I know they tried one time where she's like all sad. She's like, I never found a symbol except for my tits. You know, it's like, oh, come on. You just gotta like, you know, have her shrug every once in a while or something. Fantastic, exactly. I guess it does put DC in a bind because they're all, you know, they're trying to be all. Every company everywhere is trying to be all feministy all the time because that's the only way to fucking stay in business now. And you know, if you got this character that I don't know, anything you try to do to explain why she's got a boob window is lame and mealy mouthed. And you can't take her out of off the shelf or anything because every issue with her on the cover showing off her tits makes a shit ton of money. Oh, what a fucking dilemma this is. Hey, Wilson, how's it going? Came at an interesting time. No, except, it doesn't look nice. And you can't explain to your shareholders how you're a progressive company, which is more important than making a shit ton of money, apparently. That's an alternative, I suppose. That's progressive. And yeah, undoubtedly. I mean, Power Girl's got to be his moneymaker, right? Her and Wonder Woman, and I guess the odd Mary Jane. And no, I'm not super familiar. What are you talking about? Ah. Those are good questions that I'm working on answering, at least in theory. I kind of slowed down my production on the videos so I could catch up on lettering and stuff, and then I haven't really done a lot of that yet. So I figure once I got to do like another pass over issue 1 and 2 to make sure all the lettering looks good. I got to finish the lettering in issue 3. It is going to be black and white, I'm quite sure. At this point, like with all the rendering, it doesn't make any sense for it to be anything else. And at least for right now, single issues, because the first arc isn't done yet. So once I have the lettering all done and looked at and everything, this is just kind of puckering into his ass there, isn't it? All right. Yeah, once I have the lettering done on everything, then I mean, at least I'll have a PDF I can put somewhere, and I'm gonna have to take a look at putting up a Kickstarter or something for physical copies, because that is the ultimate goal. Hey, Monty, how you doing, buddy? Well, I'm not sure if you were here I think you were here at least last Sunday. I don't think you were here on Wednesday, right? So we're still working on the double page splash, making some progress. So yeah, in regards to getting the book out, it's still a ways off, but less of a ways off than it used to be. I don't think of it as I mean, I don't think of it as something that's going to happen a lot of the time. And it's like, well, it wouldn't be too hard to make it happen, but yeah, it just doesn't pop in my head like that. That is the goal, is to get a physical book going. I hope I can do it in a way that it's remotely affordable. I'm not for sure is all. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, that would be the idea. I mean, some people do like the digital, and it's much easier to get. And it would be the problem with doing physical copies. I don't think would be the printing; it would be the shipping. We had this. We were talking about this just earlier today. Shipping to Canada fucking sucks. It costs way too much, which means I would think anything coming out is going to cost way too much, which means costs for the thing are going to be tough. I'm pretty sure to cover if we're covering mailing. Hey, if you guys want to fund that, I'll totally do that. No, there wasn't actually much great drill and tree talk today, surprisingly. I'm glad that you did that. Okay. Yes, I would miss the healthcare. That's true. I haven't used it very much, but the few times I have, it's been very nice. But I'm glad that the shipping wasn't too much of a problem. So I don't know. Maybe it won't be too bad. I feel like it's just when I buy anything from the States, the tariffs and everything are just fucking through the roof. I would assume the same thing would be the case for anything outbound. That's why I don't order a ton of comics, because whatever I order is going to have a flat fee plus $1 per comic on it, or not a flat fee, but like a weight rate, and then $1 per comic on top of that, and it's going to be ridiculous. I can't spend it's almost impossible for me to spend $30 on comics online. That's why you gotta just do 100 or so every time. It's the only way to justify the cost of the shipping. I wonder if we can ship direct from distributors. No, because I mean they would ship to me, I would box them up, and then I would have to ship them out, right? We can't ship direct from distributors to or printers to distributors or whatever, or to people. We could do direct from printers to distributors. That would be the deal. And that would make sense, and that would be cost effective. but not what we're doing, obviously. Yep, and fucking John is working on issue 2, I'm sure. No, he's working on that crazy splash that he's got going on. His crazy splash week. There will be a solution. It shouldn't be. I mean, I'm not the only guy to be making comics in Canada. I'm sure there's some way around things, but we're just gonna have to like look at options. And hopefully the option isn't, you know, $30 for a 22-page book. Page 1 of which done? I take it we're talking about the challenge again. Oh, yeah. The colorist is inking right now, yeah. No, it's a crazy splash. This is the best kind. Well, second only to the boring splash, I suppose. That Rob made his specialty. Okay, let's go get some more water here. Oh. Hang on a second. Okay. And I say, when it does get to a point where I can print Blood Force as a trade or whatever, it's going to be a really weird looking one where issue 1 looks completely different from issue 5 or 6, whatever it goes to. Yeah, for sure, man. Let me hear it. Well, the suspense is building. Oh, should probably finish that calf first. Actually got outside mostly done. That's something. Oh, that's an idea. Yeah. I would not have thought of that at all. I'll take some thought. Yeah, because I mean, obviously, you got to cut somebody in on that a little bit, but like it'd probably still be worth it on a per unit basis. Yeah. So I mean, anybody who's listening and not reading at the moment, Rob floated the idea of partnering with somebody in the States for to ship out to customers in the States, which makes a lot more fucking sense. Yeah, let's just cover that up and see how it goes. No, it's a good idea, man. And that way we can avoid any cross-border fees. I mean, like, you know, I ship to the people in Canada, whoever else ships to the people in the States, and it will be equal. Yeah, no, it's a good idea, definitely. So that's good, because that has been kind of a major stumbling block that I haven't been sure how to get around. I don't know anything about Riververse other than it's controversy central, and I kind of want to keep my nose out of it. Oh, that looks good. Damn, all right. Now for some Simonson lines along the blades, I think. Yeah, no, I think that would work. I mean, because it tends to be so much. It's ridiculous. To if we can get rid of the shipping fee, like that major shipping fee, just the cross border tariff. That's a huge difference. How's that looking? Okay, a little weird, but nah. The problem is that these things curve right up. That's not too bad. No, I think I would. Yeah, I don't think that would be too much of a problem. Yeah, I can't, but I gotta at least keep that in mind. You're right. Yeah, I'm sure plenty of people have thought the same thing. Like, yeah, no, these people are totally cool. I mean, now we're getting into like moral territory, like moral compromise territory. It's like, well, shit, maybe I shouldn't say anything. But no, I'm pretty sure that some people thought they had really cool guys they could trust, and it did turn out to be the case. So yeah, just have to be careful about it. Well, that's the thing. I mean, if you're making like a $30 tier for a single issue to get a 22-page comic out, how many people are going to sign up for that versus, even if it's like 15? I think probably way more people will go for that. Because I think that's about that in a lot of cases that would be the difference for sending out a comic. It's like a $15 shipping charge. So if I can team with somebody, that would make things way easier. It just people would be more likely to back it. I don't even know what that is. Yeah, no, that'd be cool. I've never heard of Pirate Ship. Huh. No, that does help a lot, man. Thank you very much. Where's my 08? I think we gotta go 08 or 03 maybe. We can probably go 03. I do kind of like the using the brush for this instead. Actually, it gives a smoother line. Can't help wobbling with a micron a little bit. Uh-oh. Second guessing myself. Yeah, and I mean, you would have to make those a bit more expensive, and that would just be to cover the fucking shipping. Yeah. Oh well. I could always come up with like alternative covers after the fact now. Okay, I won't go far, but I don't know if we want any without an alternative cover of some sort now, considering how many we've got going on. Oh shit. Yeah. It's a shame I didn't come up with this comic like 10 years ago when you could like really make bank on Kickstarter. I feel like that's mostly gone away now, unless you're have a huge following and are incredible at hyping your shit up, which I have neither of. But I think we can at least still like make a successful campaign. Probably just got to learn how to market a little bit. That sounds like fun. Let's leave these ones blank, actually. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, maybe because I think you can get sample copies beforehand. Maybe we can like, yeah, I'd be able to send you a copy before it happened. That would definitely help. All right. Let's fix some of these veins on hard here. So they're a little bit skinnier. That's all fine, I think. Oh yeah, that's all right. That's how it should go. Gambleton, not too bad. We're gonna look kind of halfway between veins and stretch marks, but that's okay. Yeah, get back. All right. Now, where's this rock stuff coming up? Is it? I don't think it's really blocked out by, or blocking him out. Not in this case. It should be down here and not blocking out his obliques. It's a bit more of a boob shelf going on. There you go. Okay. And we need more rocks. There is one, yes. Actually, that cover I worked on when we did the team up stream that had Maxtremus on it. Hang on a second. So that was this one here, and that's Maxtremus just behind Hawkstab here. So the one girl, there will be more, but it made sense at least to start with just the one girl. That's kind of the way you do it for a 90s team book, unless you're trying to be ultra progressive. Like in the 90s, But yeah, there will be more to come because I very much want it to be like overwhelming in terms of how many superheroes are on the team by like issue, I don't know, 20 if I ever get there, that kind of thing. So I can see at that point having like 3 or 4 women on the team. That's, I mean, you guys can feel free. I am not comfortable with that challenge. I'm still, I don't know, because I can't, I can't meet that 90s standard of how to draw a good-looking woman. I'm not Silvestri or Jim Lee. Jim Lee can still pull it off, but like, that's kind of where you have to be. It feels like to actually make them sexy, which is the point, right? In the 90s. So if I can't do that, it's like, well, shit, I shouldn't have this character in here. So I'm getting there slowly, I feel like. But it is taking a fair amount of effort. I've watched a couple with the big googly eyes and the thumbnails. I know. Do they have one for like Captain Planet and shit? Because that was kind of how that worked too. Always did find that funny. How you gotta it has to be like ultra diverse, obviously for well, racially anyway. So you get what was it, like a black guy, an Asian woman, an Asian girl. I don't know what the other kid was, like South American or something, and then white guy, white girl, just to cover all your bases. That thing was like cooked up in a lab. Try and make money, cash in on the whole eco craze. Oh, okay. Oh God. Does that? Yeah. It's interesting because I mean, obviously nobody ever pitched Youngblood. He just went, and it it sucks, but he made a shit ton of money. It was like, how do you boil that down to a pitch? That's kind of tough. I don't know. I guess you kind of stay away from the wow, yeah, the marketing side of it a little bit anyway. Yeah, no, nothing ever happened in Youngblood. It's amazing. I mean, like when Rob started Youngblood, if he'd known how it was going to end up, where literally nothing ever happens in Youngblood, would he have been okay with that? Would it have just been like, okay, but how much money did it make? I feel like it kind of would. Yeah, no, he really goes hard on Provic because it's one of the few properties he still has the rights to. But and yeah, like there's the weird reboot where it's like John Carter, I think. I kind of briefly saw some of it, but oh yeah. Let's see. So I guess I should get some foam in here. This is okay. Kind of in the same lettering font as the previous one, really. We want. Okay, it's gonna be tough because I want there to be like a black around here, I think. Oof, careful. There's a lot of ink on that. And then just like kind of fade it out into some hatching here. Or dry brush it a bit, that would work too. Interesting. Well, I think this is going to be mostly floor coming up as well. And we'll soak up all this with some black. Just shore up the corner here. It's supposed to work from what I understand. That sounds like a plan, man. This is going to be tough. Yeah. Bad Girl Comics has not been taken? For real? That's crazy. That should have been taken 30 years ago. I mean, if we're keeping to the theme, a lot of them would have to be bad, slutty bad girls drawn badly, because that's in character for a lot of '90s bad girl comics. Evangeline comes to mind. I gotta say, it's still crazy how often you see Liefeld. I mean, this is kind of unrelated now, but still going on about all the Hollywood deals he's making. Like, this has been optioned, that's been optioned, this has been licensed, yada yada yada, and then nothing ever comes out. Nothing has ever come out. It's crazy. I don't know, just like seeing him put like model tests for Blood Wolf up and being like, this is gonna actually happen for real. It's like, how can you even think that anymore? I mean, the art of optioning, at least in itself, does get the art of the active optioning in itself does give Rob some cash, so I guess he can like use that as sort of marketing material to get more options. I guess that's got to be the point. Sure. The problem is he's had plenty of things before that have seemed like they were, turning into something real, and then they never do. And it seems crazy to me that he keeps going after it. Sure. It's just after 30 years worth of taking shots, I think you got to wonder if you're in the wrong league. It's just I don't know. I don't think I'm not going to go so far as to say like Rob is considered like toxic property or anything. Like like I think people are interested, but it feels like it always gets to the flirting stage and never gets to the makeout stage. And yet his enthusiasm for it never seems to wane, which is admirable, I suppose. What the fuck is up with this black, man? Spy Kids Ant-Man movie. I have no idea what that is, but okay. Fair enough. Oh, that thing. Okay. Sorry, I'm not familiar. I didn't look into anything to do with Ant-Man 3. I'm trying to think if I watched the second one. I don't think I did. The Ant-Man and the Wasp? Quantumania is the third one, right? Yep. Yep. Now Frank Cho's pretty good at those. At the I don't know how fast he does those. Are those because I take it he just does them at home and not like at cons and stuff. Is that the idea? How does this look together now? Does this make sense? Oops, try it a little lower. It's gonna be fucking nutty. Okay. Yeah, get back. Oh shit. Yeah. Yeah, no, it makes a big deal. It makes a big difference, rather. It used to be the Adam Hughes way, but I feel like I haven't seen much from him in a while. Come back in here with some hatching and stuff to clean this up. All right, Monty. Thanks for stopping by, man. Good to see you. Okay. I'm going to let things dry a little bit, and this is not at all an excuse for me to just grab a smoke. Where's my smokes? No, where's my tape? There we go. Boy. I don't think I'm going to go past much, or at least much past 4 hours, but you know, maybe we can get a bit more of this thing done anyway. So, be right back.
All right.
So yeah, took a look at the cover there you were talking about. That certainly is horny as fuck, which is Adam Hughes' MO. That's his brand. That's pretty crazy. Okay, let's tighten these up a little bit. Of course, I say that as I draw what looks essentially like a giant cum shot, but you know. Comics are metaphor, right? they're just there's no stopping them. The creativity. We gotta be selling these. Anybody needs a name for a studio, this is where you come to. Well, yeah, I mean, I think drawing, you know, beautiful women was always a bit of a priority for the guys, you know. But there's much more focus on family friendly, particularly in the shooter days, right? Oh, that would be taken out. I think maybe Shooter just underestimated a bit the sale power of going full horny. Yep. No, for sure. I mean, like Savage Land Rogue. Everybody remembers Savage Land Rogue very vividly, right? It's funny. You'd think that was like a costume almost that she wore for like a few years. With how often you see that referenced on whatever, Instagram, whatever. And it's like, no, it was like 2 issues. Ah, yes. For like a year or two, when Sylvester was and Lee were really going. And then it seemed like it became more of a joke, I think, from what I understand, with a lot of like sausage factory shit going on, but sausage party. But I think the enduring image is the Punisher in his um, skull cod piece. Sure, that is what it is, of course, as a cover story, but yeah, you can justify it. At least enough for like, maybe a watchdog group or two. I'm thinking. I'm thinking Jim Lee was like, okay, I got Rogue here in the jungle. I think I've got an idea, and Chris can deal with it. And I mean, he wasn't wrong. I know I saw that cover for X-Men 275. You know, the back gatefold part is like, well, shit. I mean, I was probably going to purchase this anyway, but I think that might have sealed it. Oh, I mean, yeah, I don't think he was too concerned. I don't even know if Claremont knew exactly what the Siege Perilous was. I haven't gotten to those in the revisits yet, so like I'm only getting bits and pieces of it myself, but it seems like just the Deus Ex Machina machine. Yeah, I did see that. No, not so much. That is X-Men 275 is still the best issue of X-Men Jim Lee ever drew. By it, and it's not particularly close in my opinion. It feels like everything around it was building up to that. But I did see that where because we covered the bit in Uncanny where Roma and the Trickster or whatever were having their little contest in I think it was Texas somewhere, like Phoenix or something. So I saw them get it, but they haven't explained anything about it yet, and they haven't used it in the comic yet in the issues I've covered. I do have the issue of Uncanny that it's like 273 or 274 where Rogue is versus Miss Marvel for most of it, and she shows up first by, you know, falling naked through bubbles over a 2-page spread. It's like, oh, is that what the Siege Perilous is? It's the bubble bath machine. All right. Again, not really calling out in this case because like that's one hell of a fucking spread. Yeah, doesn't it? Didn't it make Storm a child? It literally just seems like I want to try this thing with this character. Now I have an excuse to do that with anybody. It's like funny that if that's what it does, Wolverine never tried to go through it. Seems how at the time, you know, he's all like not knowing his memory shit. But, you know, he's got his own comic. You got to like think of all sorts of new continuity stuff. And it's like, well, no, that's not interesting. What if though we used it to get Rogue naked for a full 2-page spread? Like, oh, that is harmonized. Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting stuff, but it does seem like this is an easy way to radically change the status quo without thinking too much about it at any time, whenever I feel like it, which is a Deus Ex Machina thing, right? And yeah, from what I've seen of the Wolverine origin thing, never should have happened. Like, isn't that kind of the last time anybody was interested in Wolverine, apart from maybe the Old Man Logan stuff? Like, so we've resolved the main conflict with this character. It's like, cool, we can all go home now. I know I was far less interested in the character. Hearing, okay, so he was a what, like 18th century nobleman's kid or some shit. I don't remember what the fuck I even saw. And Sabretooth isn't related to him in any way, apart from the Weapon X program, I guess. And well, and potentially meeting him when he was young. I don't know. Yeah, it's amazing that the more convoluted and potentially false they made his memory, the more his popularity grew. You know? It's like, I didn't like that stuff personally, but I feel like Larry Hama knew what the fuck he was doing. Oh yeah, there's the three Joker thing. It's like, oh, ew. Wow, I don't care about that at all. Unless they did a different thing now. That's the problem with the well, when you're saying they threw them on the altar for the short money. That's the problem with comics. They're always thinking short money. They never think long term. It's always, what can we get this month? Oh, for fuck's sake. All you needed for Joker's origin was the Killing Joke. He had the worst day possible, and it broke his brain. The end. You get like a Joker sensei, get the fuck out, you know? Like, okay. We'll go for a little longer. Oh, let's do it upside down. Okay, match them up so that the inking matches. Inking matching is more important than the penciling matching. Thanks, man. Yeah, I like it a lot. This is it's a little ambitious, which I'm trying to be a bit more often. I think we want to keep his foot above, like, visible. Don't want to make it look like he's standing on the rock. Where'd my pencil go? There we go. Oh, that's good shit. Yeah, there's a few people who just like post a cover or a part of a comic or something. Every once in a while, it's like, hey, that is a good shot. Good job, yeah. Good job for reminding me about that. A bit more O3 than brush on this, I think. Oh, I'm going below the. Am I going below? No, I'm not going below the camera. Ah, very nice. I was aware that existed. The artist edition. There's, I think it's like prestige, some kind of edition. It's a DC specific thing. But I know Cartoonist Kayfabe, they went over it at one point, I think. That guy blows my fucking mind. Particularly since he says he doesn't use reference, which is like bullshit. You don't. Maybe for faces, you meant. For stuff like the camera on the, obviously, yeah, I assume he does. Oh, it's a new one. I do own a copy myself. Yeah, that's a bit of a fucked up book. I'm hoping that your niece and nephew were a bit older. So you give it to like 8-year-olds, like, look, learn about the Joker. Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, I mean those. Yeah, it's just that's where my head went originally. I was like, oh shit. But yeah, I mean the artist editions they're always like $200 at USD. Well, maybe not always. Like every once in a while you can get one for like 125, 150, but usually. And I got to think a lot of people are going to want to see Brian Boland's, you know, clean inks. Not to mention I think the DC stuff gets more expensive because it's DC. You know, I feel like IDW. I assume IDW is pretty much done with them, but I feel like they went a bit more reasonable. That's how those things go, man. They're like you know, you save up for like one, and that's I've got two now. One of which I got um, well on special, and I mean after I'd saved up some gifted Amazon cards, and that was the Walt Simonson Fantastic Four one. Yeah, and I mean that's one of the reasons I don't spend a ton of money on things like back issues. It's like you save up for the big things. Did I just discover the way to do the shoelaces? Feels like a little bit. Let's come back to that. It's not quite there, but but they're extremely cool things to have. The Artist Editions. The only problem is I don't look at it nearly as often as I should. It's like, considering I spent, like, you know, 125, 130, something like that on it. It's like you probably should read that every once in a while and like really examine shit in there. Stay put, you. Yep. The Janet Jackson, of course. Did he really? Oh yeah, Jason Pearson. Yeah, I think I remember hearing that. That sucks. This stuff is really good. But yeah, I remember because I have a copy of Gen 13 #1, and eventually I'll probably hit it at some point. But it's like, this isn't the one I want to get. You want to get the Janet Jackson cover. Or, I mean, alternatively, you could get the Simon Bisley one. That's like a Conan cover. That'd be pretty cool too. Him doing like his best Frazetta, which is a pretty fucking good Frazetta. But yeah, I mean, the Janet Jackson one is the definitive Gen 13 alternative cover, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't spend money generally on individual comics. They're cool things to have, but like, it's, yeah, you know, it's tough to justify for something I can get in a reprint format, unless it's like, I don't know, it's got a very specific sort of connection for me, but I can't even think what that would be. most of the comics I had when I was a kid, I've got now as like, you know, 6s or 5s or 6s, basically. And I'm happy that way. Ooh, I mean, that Gambit one at least that was probably a smart bet. All right. Thanks for stopping by, Bren. Yeah, that's what I've always seen. That was the shocking thing, was that it wasn't like drawn by Jim Lee or Will Portasio, both of who were drawing X-Men around that time. It's like I can't remember who it is. It's not like Kieran Dwyer or something, is it? I don't think I've even ever read that issue. I saw there was a facsimile edition came out a while back. It's like, hey, that would be a good thing to go over eventually. And then now it's one of those facsimile editions that you can't get because they bought them all. Like, well, why didn't you print more? Isn't that the point of that thing? Well, kind of. It's also make a shit ton of money. Strikes me as weird that a facsimile edition of a comic would go for a bunch of money, which it does now. All right. So we do have a bunch of people taking off. What are we down to? 4 people? Yeah. So I'm probably going to call it a stream. I got most of it done, which I'm a little shocked at. Here, let me see if I can get a bit more. Nope, that's too much. Around. Try to angle it. Deep state. Ah, had it. Because we want the thumbnail to look good. Yeah, it doesn't make a ton of sense to me that a reprint. I mean, like, I get it a little bit in that they reprint more than. Okay, you can shut up now. They reprint more than just the comic itself. They also reprint all the period correct ads and all that stuff, which is neat. But I think the only reason they go for more money is because Marvel does them as limited edition. And I was like, well, what the hell's the point of that? Like, from their perspective, because they're only getting the cover price. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Anyway, time is it? It's like 2:30. Oh shit, that's still kind of early for me. Neat. I should be able to get at least one video edited and maybe a second one. No, that sounds ambitious. Thanks, man. I do kind of like how it's turning out. I wasn't sure if it would. I thought there was a good chance this would turn out to be an admirable experiment. You know? Like a good try. And it's like, it's kind of coming along, all right. With the, yeah. And I like fucking Firebird busting out here. That looks kind of dope. I'm not even sure what a True Believer reprint is. I'll be honest with you. And we should get more fire coming out here because, of course, we should. You always need more fire. I mean, we're going to get some at least over the next little while, like the next few pages. I don't know how much. I gotta try to focus on him a little bit more. We're heading towards a big confrontation with what's his name? The RoboClone, the delegate, Miles Austere. And maybe I can try and fit in a bit more Fireburn than I've been doing so far. Usually I just kind of give him a beat or two in a story. Oh, dollar reprints. Okay. Those are worth money now? All right. Don't you just like shove those out there in high quantity in the hope that somebody picks them up because they're, you want to just educate people a bit? I don't know. That sounds weird to me. Like not educate, but like, so they have access to the story at like without worrying about shelling out $30 for a reprint or something. I don't know. Oh, maybe. That actually bears some thinking about the B plot with Shockblock and Firebird, because I haven't done any scripting yet on issue 5, which is a crazy sentence to say. Man. And because I mean, they wrap up the fight here with gun show and knife, and they know that the RoboClone is the cause of it, that he's the one sending them after him. Yeah, sending them after them. So is there anything that Shockblock as the tech guy and Fireburn as the science guy need to collaborate on before that fight? That's a good question. Yeah. Okay. I haven't really thought about that at all yet. But that does bear some thinking about. Anyway, so I'm going to call it a stream. Thank you guys for sticking around and making it fun. That was pretty cool. I will see you in the Discord. I'll be checking in again on that. I'm just taking more looks at that fucking cover. But yeah, so I guess we'll finish this thing on Wednesday and then start on whatever the fuck else we're going to start on after that. So, yeah, I'll see you guys later. Have a good weekend.